Hey guys, good morning. Woke up just, I don't know, 40 minutes ago. Got me breakfast, it's done, and have a coffee in front of me. We also have work to do, boys. The Roman Empire will not build itself. The Roman gods are watching. Hey Blue, yeah, rip. So, where were we? Oh yes, need the first little bit of coffee. Nice. And load a campaign. About our first class House of Julii campaign. This, I guess, probably is the best campaign to start the game with. One of the Roman factions. I feel like the House of Julii was like best starter faction. When you look at the reward you get from the first mission, 5k, basically confirms it.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
Yeah, probably the best one to start the game if you have never played Rome, the House of Julii. Okay, here we are. I've downloaded the high resolution pack. It was a separate like a thing you have to download, so the visuals might be even a bit better now. I did notice my graphic card all of a sudden start working when I installed it. It works even harder than during Warhammer 2. Yoo-hoo! Thank you, Bex. So we have a mission to take Karalis. You haven't missed much. We had like 45 minutes jibber jabber, main menu, some ranting, some feels good man, and we started the game. Turn 1 was like 2 hours, and we finished the turn 1, turn 2, and this is turn 3. We completed the Senate's mission to take Segesta, and we have invaded the goals and taken Mediolanum. Of course, Mediolanum was future's greatest cities. Gotta have that. And we're still on turn 3. It's not done yet. Not done yet. So I wanted to see. I also increased the size of the interface, so it's a little bit larger. This is the largest you can set the interface size to. And honestly, for a Quad HD resolution, you get a really good interface. Really good interface audio now. It's pretty large now. You guys can't complain. You can't see shit. I'm not sure if we're gonna put it, keep it on max size or 10% lower, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So we have Segesta. A beautiful thing about Segesta is you basically build up from ground up, and I think I've decided we're gonna read the description of the buildings, just get in the mood with more mood with the game. I did like reading all this stuff. Guys, how I play Gladius. Well, you guys also can read a lot of stuff here. You can just click and forget about everything that's written here. So far we built the governor's house in Segesta, since it's a town, and we build the roads. So if you guys remember in old one, you could right click on a building, it would actually tell you what it does, and on the same interface, because it was on half the screen, you would actually see have description as well. So for the governor house, it says is the center for all administrative functions in a settlement. This is the power of the Roman state made real for the people who live here. So basically, it doesn't really tell you what exactly it does. It has also some flavor text and some, like historical background. The administrator based here collects taxes, issues instructions to improve the settlement, and manages the small day-to-day business of an empire. While not exactly luxurious, the governor's house is usually the best building in the settlement. Competition for an invitation to dinner is often fierce, and the locals also try to build their own houses close by, so the Roman prestige rubs off on them. I used to really like reading this in Rome and Medieval 2, so we're gonna just read it. So this is basically the first building in a city for the Romans. If you click on this one here, right click, actually it's left click, my bad, it will open a building browser. And you can see it all begins at the governor's house. On the left side of things, if you left click, it opens the settlement details or closes them. And on the right side, it opens the financials. So you don't always have to click the settlement details or the settlement income. Second building was the roads, which I'm not really sure what they did. It didn't look like they did anything except just added the road on the map. It might have been just just for the moment right now. If I'm not mistaken, how the economy works in the older ones, if they haven't changed anything. So basically, both taxes and trades are affected by population. Well, taxes more than the trade. While the population affects the trade a bit, while the taxes are mainly population size. While the farming is affected by two things, the base farming level and what kind of harvest you get. You can get a poor harvest, average harvest. I think there are like 4 different ones. So the harvest outcome can affect it a bit. But I'm fairly sure the trade is affected by the population size as well. Not as much as the taxes though. So as the city grows, the trade will grow a bit. And of course, the trade has its own values, which this detail you couldn't really see in detail in the old ones, unless you take in the calculator and did some calculating. Here you can see like timber here. It has a value of 5. It has only 1 timber. And you can see the base value in quantity multiplier times 1, 5. You can see the pottery here. So it has 7 trade here, pottery and timber. There are slaves as well. Slaves for some reason not on the list of goods like it was in the old one. And then you can see it's the city's trading Medillanum for 19, pottery and timber, but the slaves are not here for some reason. And with Arretium, it's exporting pottery and timber and importing iron and marble. Yes, the thing is, we upgraded this road, but it didn't do much for the trade when we did it. But yes, roads is one of the main factors for the trade. The first roads might not be as important as the second ones, but they're more for like movement. Slaves are not good, political correctness. Meanwhile, in Rome 2, it's been created much later. You have a slave market, a building in the city. Okay. So you can see the paved roads. This is a nice thing, like in Rome and medieval, you would actually see what would the future outcome be of some of the upgrades. Like if you have a paved road here, base set income bonus 100%, and it says on the roads, it just improved routes with new bridges. It doesn't say it improves trade. So it's the first roads is basically just around movement. Improved routes with new bridges. I'm not sure what this means. But it did not increase the income the first time, while the paved roads will increase the base rate income bonus 100%. And you can see here it's a lot. Arretium is our capital and also our most important trade settlement. We need to make sure to get everything around it. Cities have garrison, you have to have an army there to defend. You build your own garrisons. There are no supply lines, you build your own garrisons. The population is a resource. So it looks like we do get bridges, but there's no bridges here. So the rodents, I guess, doesn't do much initially, just increases movement. It's the regions are built differently. The trade might actually be noticeable if we get the roads in Medillanum as well, which we are doing. So, for example, if you look at here, This is currently very poor trade because of the bordering regions. You can see you build a road, nothing happens. So it's basically just movement on the first roads. Might be some connections depending how you connect the regions. So the first road is not for trade, but mainly for, you know, movement and traversing. So roads and temple. This is going to be a very important city because it has a 5% base farming level. That is really good. This is also probably one of the best ones to recruit armies units at, because our main city has a 3.5%, and if we keep recruiting Hastati here, we are not gonna have good growth. But that's fine. We made a ratium for the economy right now. We even have the governor, which produces extra 300. 7 management. There was something happened that I totally missed yesterday. Yeah, we got a barbarian turncoat. Look at this, one of the traits is actually yellow. It's a vanquisher, so it gives a penalty and a bonus. So the Senate doesn't like you less, but the people like you more. Barbarian turncoat gives us +1 command fighting against barbarians. A second general we are currently using has the drill master. We can put drill master in the faction leader, but it's helpful for anybody leading an army. Courage is 7%, yeah, that's insanely good. Insanely good. So you're basically how do you decide whether you not change your heir? I like this guy for management because he's a very high management. Of course, you can have just another general for your battles, you know, risk him as a heavy cavalry unit, because every time you use him, you risk him, he might die. This guy has a very high management. 7 management is actually really high in the beginning, and you're just making extra money per turn. 10 turns later, this guy makes you 3,000. And it keeps growing, keeps growing. This guy is gonna make you rich over time. So basically, he's not good for a faction heir. He loses influence, which also lowers public order and his bodyguard size. You really want to have a faction heir that's leading an army, because you get a bigger bodyguard, because you get personal security as well, not just influence. This man is almost no influence over his dinner menu at home, let alone his life in the fate of the world.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Ross.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Usually, in my opinion, using a faction and faction heir as a governor is not a good thing. But there are situations. There are very strong military units. Very strong military units. So we have disinherited this guy. He lost 1 influence, which is fine. He's gonna be governing the capital. But he has 3 management and 3 law. 1 law is basically 1 influence in public order. 7 management is gonna make us rich. As you can see here, this is just a large town, which is a tier 2 settlement, and he's only making nearly 300 a turn. 300 a turn. And he'll be here at least 50 plus turns. It's a lot of money. And as we upgrade economy of the settlement, we get even more money. I want to just tell you guys a few things about how to build the regions. So you have things like military. You have your infantry, cavalry. You have range, and you have the blacksmith stuff. So basically, early on, you don't really want to build everything everywhere. You want to have 1 town for infantry, 1 town for cavalry, 1 town for range, if you have that luxury. In Italy, you have that luxury, so you can focus some other towns also for the economy at the same time, not just get everything. You couldn't figure out how to change the governor? That's actually a good question. Have you tried dragging the character to the left, which you want for the one to be the governor? But if you want to see how we made this guy 7 management, just check part 1. And I think making this guy a governor of Retium is a huge economic boom. Why micro any economy in this start if you don't make this guy governor? That's what I say. So, like I said, we're gonna get horses here. We have infantry here right now, and we need to make sure this town is growing at the same time, because population in this town is also money. This town is currently making 2300, which is actually pretty damn good at the start. We're getting more economy and more growth. Growth is also equals economy too, but as we're recruiting units, we're losing economy. So what are we gonna do with the rest of this stuff? Yeah, I agree with that, Gators. I do prefer campaign gameplay of Rome and Middle 2. I think it was like peak stuff, really. They tried to change it so much in later on, you know, to make it, you know, feel different, but, you know, they're basically just making it worse. They should have just worked on improving the diplomacy and overall AI and nothing really else. Again, Lord, appreciate you too. So if you're just gonna be making a hastati here all the time, you need to make sure to send population from other cities to put it here until Medellin can get population. So Arminum, for example, we set the Arminum to low tax, so we have the higher growth, and we have no governor there. Retium we put on the very high tax rate, so you make more money. And then if this town is not growing, if you're constantly recruiting, we just send people from other cities to live in Retium. So you can have nice things to do like that. So for example, here we just basically go to the recruitment, which is 5, and get a unit of peasants. And the next turn we can send the peasants to live in Retium. Or we can already send these ones here as well, but it helps with the public order. There's something happening here which is strange. We got unrest 50%. And it doesn't say where this unrest is coming from. Maybe because we've been using a turn of very high tax rate, or maybe because the settlement got slaves recently. Because when you capture a settlement, like from the rebels here, you get unrest, but it goes down over time. If a city is actually belonging to your people, they can be resistant, and some unrest amount will probably stay for the rest of the campaign, which is basically a rebel printer. So basically, if you take a capital of other people, some unrest might stay there for the rest of the game, because it's not originally your city and would belong to other people. So you cannot 100% assimilate in this game. Some unrest still stays for the rest of the game, which I don't really like, because it's a factor in spawning rebels, even if people are happy. But I guess it adds some kind of, you know, arbitrary difficulty. So what do we have here? We have our faction heir, and there's an enemy general here. And has barbarian cavalry and his own cavalry. Not really a fan of this. Battles like this can go pretty bad. I can send the other guy as well. This Vibius Julius guy is actually quite nice to build a couple of stuff in the early game, because he's not really good for general. You do get him as a cavalry unit, but he can do okay management. It's just average 3. But the only other city that is okay to manage is Ariminum. I don't really get much there. You see this watchtower? That's what he built there. So okay to have early on one guy that goes around and just builds watchtowers. If he doesn't have any units, he will actually do it more effectively. Here, I'm not really very confident about this battle going like this, because we can just lose most of our Hastati there. But we have to get rid of this guy here.
General. Onward.
So we'll reinforce here. Reinforce here, you just have to enter zone control if I'm not mistaken. Was a agent here, right? Yeah, we're gonna send him to another city now. Hopefully he doesn't get killed. We can't get a new spy unless we get a market. Okay, he did it. So what do they have in the second city? They have 3 warbands and barbarian cavalry. Nothing really special. This city is also very nice. Holy shit, 7.5 gold. Northern Italy has rich farming. The Northern Italy is way better than the what you get at the start. Mediolanum and Potavium, this valley in between the Alps is just very rich. So this is going to be excellent for recruiting units. I just need to make sure we secure this area here. We're not going to be rushing anything, we're just going to play a nice chill campaign. Experience every games to give, see if there are any major issues. And just, you know, listen to nice campaign music. So what do they have here even? They have a trader. They don't even have any farming here or temple, and they have 7.5%. It's insane.
Sir. Engage the enemy.
I don't think they're gonna retreat. Looks like almost 50-50. Yeah, we're a little bit favored here. You can enable AI control. Okay, we have 2 units of heavy cavalry here. And 4 Hastati with rank 1. And they have a barbarian warlord, 2 warbands, skirmisher warband, and a barbarian cavalry. Don't underestimate the enemy general bodyguards. The general bodyguards are arguably the best units in the game, especially early on. This thing can pretty much destroy Hastati in a matter of seconds. So you have to kind of deploy especially and give them a special care on the battlefield if you don't want to, you know, suffer, because they can actually hit really hard and it can cause a mess. How is Lutorix, 19 years of age? Well, stress in life. Stress can make you age, you know, a decade instantly. Just one moment, guys. The cat is being annoying. 1 second. I'm here. He looks like he's like 36. I would say 36. Our guy, yeah, we could definitely believe he's 30. Okay, let's go. The general is 2 command, 3 influence, and 4 management. Our general has 1 influence, which means it doesn't get much extra bodyguards from it. I'm pretty sure the influence affects the size of the general's bodyguard. His radius, well, the command might affect some stats in his area. This man knows how to shout orders, but these are often neither timely nor relevant. We have a basic talent. We need a nice clean battle here. We don't care if Hastati get killed, we just need to make sure they're dead and our people are alive. We need to clear the northern Italy.
Today we fight against monsters. The Gauls. They are dangerous, mad, and hairy beyond reason. In victory, they are always heartless. Brave Romans! Prepare to defend yourselves!
This is our 3rd battle in the campaign, and also 2nd battle against the Gauls. Actually, this is our 4th battle, 3rd battle against the Gauls. We had to attack the settlement.
Units, on my orders!
It doesn't tell us where our reinforcements will come from.
Units!
Gods be praised! The reinforcements are here!
Yeah.
Send them to fight! Dishearten the enemy!
I have a barbarian cavalry and a barbarian warlord. Those skirmishers can easily get killed by our cavalry unit. The warbands can actually do mass damage to the Hastati, and when you add the general to the mix, it's pretty deadly. This line is not going to hold. Unless the air derps, we expect high casualties on the Hastati. All it takes a warband and an attack from the general in your Hastati just melt. And I don't intend to attack their general with our general. This is also very hard, so they have a 7 attack and 7 extra morale. So they're just a match here. 53 riders in his unit. Make it sound like they're the town watch gators. I need to just clear those barbarian cavalry immediately. I think I can use the general skirmishers and our second one on barbarian cavalry. I think both barbarian cavalry and the barbarian warlord have the same amount of charge.
General! Hastati! Attack! Destroy! Attack! Hastati! 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 Attack! Hastati! Hastati! General! Hastati! General! Hastati! Unleash hell! Unleash hell! Hastati!
Oh fuck. Let's hope the 2 hit points holds there. Yeah, I think we deny the charge here. This is not ideal. Swift route. This is gonna be RNG here. Don't kill my guy.
Great God
Nice.
be
Okay,
praised.
we good.
The enemy general is killed. Fear makes a home in our enemies' hearts.
We got a little bit like right generals are involved, especially the ones that don't want to get killed. It's only Hasati got routed here. Remember, you know, warbands are terrible. When the warband has a war cry, they can butcher a station very hard. Yeah, but when you're using the generals, put them on harm's way. You have to accept they're gonna get killed. And that's, you know, a bad thing. They're retreating. I'm not sure if it's even wise to engage them. It's actually smart to retreat because they're outnumbered and the general is dead. Let's hope they're out. Okay, good.
The enemy army is in flight. Pursue
Still also a couple of
them and
horse on
drive
contact
them
there
from
because
the
they're spears.
battlefield.
Yeah, the chasing was bad.
Rome demands victory.
Okay,
for her
that's nice. We haven't lost that much of Stati. It was a little bit Monka when that barbarian warrior was chasing my guy. Even if the guy wins, there's a decent chance in direct contact that it can get killed. So Logotorix has been slain. One of the warbands did 62 casualties, another did 45. One of the Hasatis recovered 18 casualties. The one that sustained 90 has not recovered anything. One of the Roman generals sustained 4 casualties, one of them sustained 9. I think that was okay with the barbarian cavalry there. I think the Roman general is just fine there. One of the warbands and the skirmishers escaped though. You might be able to go after them. They're gonna go into the settlement. It's usually retreats like this that are normal. Okay, not in the settlement, it's good.
Victory and glory!
They increase. Confident commander. So I got a victory plus 1 command. 50 barbarian cavalry all survived. They've charged 7.
Sir!
We have charged 6 on our general. Armor 3, defense 8. Armor 3, defense 3.
Imperator! Imperator! Orders? Imperator! March!
Will he block it here?
Imperator!
We do have enough movement. We should destroy this before they get into the settlement. They might be getting another unit there, so it could be 4 there.
Orders? Sir! Imperator!
This is button to merge. This is locate position to character.
Orders?
There's no icon here to merge. I forgot to put it. Drop used to work in the old one. Okay, it still works.
Sir!
This one actually lost experience because of the old casualties.
Imperator!
Okay.
General!
I don't think there's anything there, so attacking this is just fine.
General!
It actually had one more start there as well. When you look at the warband, it has pretty much double the stats of the Town Watch. But most importantly, they have 241 soldiers. Town Watch has 160. The warband has this ability, I think, which grants them 10 attack. War Cry. So if they do a War Cry and go in, they can do a lot of damage.
Orders? Imperator!
This is fine here. Let's see if they can even retreat here. They just got defeated here. Killing this without dealing them with the settlement as well, it's just gonna make it easier in the long term. We need to take northern Italy and just shoo away the Gauls. Our guy has now 5 command. The Night Fighter trait is unlocked at command level 4. We have command level 5. So he has to get a Night Fighter.
These Gauls do not need your fear. Cold steel will bring them down, just like any other men. And before we start, just remember, they are more scared of us, true Romans to a man, than we are of them.
This cheat is a little bit delayed after the speech ends. It wasn't like that in the original.
Units, on my orders! Units!
Okay, let's slaughter them.
Forward!
Get a warband of 175 men. Oh, the skirmisher warband actually got hit. They might have been caught by the Hastati. I missed that. I was just avoiding their general on my general like the plague.
Run!
Let's just make them terrified by just sheer amount of numbers here.
Units! Hurry! Hurry! Run! Units! General! Units! General, move! Move! Hostile! Units! General, attack! At the double! Attack! Hurry! Destroy
You
them!
don't want the general to be in front.
The enemy general is slain, and now his men fear us.
Units! Move! Move!
22 cavalry still got away. They're pretty fast.
Attack quickly! Destroy them!
Need an equity unit to prevent shit like this.
Destroy them!
Chasing is very important in this game.
All Rome will be amazed at such a victory. The day is ours!
So we lost two bodyguards and two hastati. The bodyguards do replenish because it's a general, but the hastati need to be retrained. It's the only the generals do replenish their the unit. Hey, Alex, how you liking the remaster so far? It feels like they made the graphics look cartoonish. It's how it was back then, really.
Glory!
The vibrant colors, right? If you don't like the colors, you can play with this and this.
Imperator!
No mercenaries here, strange.
Imperator!
This is a big price for us here for sure.
Imperator! March!
Our spike will just open the door. The city is actually currently not happy because of that unrest thing going on for some reason. Don't want them to be disillusioned. We'll just lower the tax a bit.
General! General!
This was just recently taken as well. Okay, so this is queued, this is queued. Recruitment here, not queued. Give me another hastati. Once we take Northern Italy, we should consider taking Caralis with one of the guys. We just need more hastati.
Fleet ready!
Gonna be getting the equities here in 4 turns.
Fleet ready!
You don't need family member in every army. I think if you don't have a family member in the army, they could be rebel against you or be bribed easier. That's always been a downside of smaller size armies.
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, Captain. Yes, Captain.
Diplomat has been moved. Okay. Like it actually says governor here. Yeah, 40% chance for opening the door. They can print so many warbands here if you don't take the settlements fast. It looks like they got another warband. $33 net income minus 88. Well, I had to build stuff. Gotta trade in the Ratium, trade in the Arminum. So I guess I got Shrine to Ceres. And we got 3 units. That cost of recruitment at the start will slowly deplete the treasury. The rest of the Romans have joined the war against the Gaul. And House of Brutii is at war with the Greek cities.
General! Sir!
Popular hero. It doesn't seem like you get all the trait notifications that happen. People love Victor, so. Oh, we are more popular with the people, boys. We don't hate us. They don't hate our everybody anymore. Their popularity with the lower orders is a little underwhelming. When a plebeian shouts a greeting in your general direction, the second word is generally off. Uh-huh. Okay, we are now at 3 here in the popularity with the people.
Orders? General!
So we're getting peasants here. One of these peasants should probably stay here. Still 15% unrest here. So what was it 15% here? There's a 15% unrest here for some reason. What causes this? Maybe there's a spy in the city? It could be a spy in the city, a 3-skill spy. That would explain it. There's a spy in the city causing unrest. That's what it is. That's what it is, I remember. That son of a bitch gold spy is causing unrest. We can tax the people here. The spy causes unrest. That makes sense.
At your service.
We need to discover him to get rid of him. I bet there's a 3-skill spy in the city. You need to detect him with your own spies and kick him out. It's an enemy spy in the city, that's what it is. Pretty sure. I need some more people in Sagesta here. Building browser. So what we got here? Shine to Sirius. We got more happiness and more population growth. This shrine is dedicated to Sirius, the goddess of green fertility. She's an important figure in assuring the crops are sufficient to feed everyone. She's equated with the Greek deity Demeter, and worship of the two often overlaps. Religion always makes people feel happy and content to know that the gods are honored. The shrine can be improved as the settlement grows in size and importance. We need to get more people here. This growth is kind of wasted at only 700. This is all just basic stuff here. This is just the town. There's 7 buildings that are in the town. I guess wooden palace, it makes sense so they don't surprise attack this place. We had to spend 1 turn building a siege equipment. Turns out the settlement can hold it under siege 1.
Oh my god.
Can we breach without siege equipment? Extra wall defenses, public order bonus to happiness 5%. Hey, should we visit? Yoo-hoo! Live for tier 3. Have you come to listen to the glorious music? Just a moment, boys. Oh boy, Fugier is here. Thoughts on the remaster so far? What do you say? My favorite question when I start playing a new game. I ignore. Wooden palisade. A wall of logs around a settlement gives a comforting sense of security, but it cannot delay attackers very long. It is enough to keep livestock from straying at night. That said, a palisade like this is cheap and easy to erect, even for unskilled workforce. It will help make a settlement feel like a homely place where people live, work, and prosper. So the first one is the palisade. I don't think that this one gives the towers. But this one had a palisade as well, and they had those small towers. Yeah, we'll get a palisade here so they don't take it instantly. Okay, now that we have a trader, we also have access to blacksmith and sewers. And a market. Which color mode here? This is default color mode. A vibrant at 100%. Little small towers, also those for machine gun nests. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The trader sells some local produce to other settlements, increasing in a small way the wealth of the community. Trade carries risks, but it's an excellent way of increasing wealth, because settlements and nations flourish when they are mutually supporting, not attempting to be entirely self-efficient. Trade can of course be taxed, and can also be improved when this building is upgraded. So you get 10% trade income bonus and 0.5 growth. Put this growth to 4%. You know what this means, boys, now? You know what this means, boys? We can actually recruit you into Hastati and still get growth every turn. Trade over 300 here. I'm gonna get temple next because I'll get a little bit more population growth. How much are we missing if we're not taxing this? We're missing nearly 300 a turn. Yeah, we can't really not get this 300 a turn. We need to make sure we also keep recruiting, because we're gonna need soldiers for other places as well. We are, you know, brewing a war here. This place should keep recruiting peasants for now, which means population will be decreasing in this place. And you can see when you recruit the peasants, you actually drop income. This is tax, this is total income. So you can see the trade and taxes decreases. So the population directly has influence on the amount of taxes you get, which makes sense. And also, small amount of trade also gets lost because there are less people around, you know, to do trade, and they have to go fight, you know, or move out of the settlement. Build order, I think, like in this case with the Romans, I think it's the most important thing to get the road and the shrine first. But it really depends on the settlement. You want to make sure one settlement can make cavalry, some few of them make infantry, not get everything everywhere. Like Arretium is a potential to get lots of money, so you should focus the civil part of things. You should not build stables here. You should not build practice range here. You should not build blacksmith here, unless there is nothing else to build. This is your starter place for the Hastati, so you wanna increase income, especially if you have a governor with 7 management. So you wanna make sure you buff economy. The spy could open the gate here. This area does seem secure here. We could send our leader to take Corrales.
Orders? Imperator? General! General!
Don't have the range to reinforce there, huh? Well, there's a lot of things that you have in the start. You can't get everything. Think for that for a second. You should specialize regions in a way where it suits you the most, so you don't lose income. Because the blacksmith is a military building. Of course, it's good to get upgrade weapons. But this is a place for the economy. Look at the 2251 income. Getting that huge admin, like over 600 a turn, it's pretty much the best way to snowball. Other than just, you know, expand everyone at the same time, you know, push everything. But if you have a nice chill campaign, you can still min-max with admin from the governor and, you know, get a nice amount of money without taking the whole map in 20 years.
Imperator! Orders? Imperator! Forward!
Northern Italy is the most important thing for us now.
Sir! Prepare for
Spy might open the gate here, 40%.
besieging settlement, sir!
Ooh, this guy has been saving us time. The gate has been open.
Settlement under siege, sir! Sir! Orders? Onward! The troops! Imperator!
Imperator.
Imperator!
Our faction leader does have over 90 horses.
General!
This guy needs influence, right? We have a watchtower here, so you can see the radius of the watchtower. It's quite big.
Your Honor. At once. I will address them at once.
Be quick. Our patience is limited.
Your Honor. I will...
Be quick. Our patience is limited. You insult us.
We don't have the money. And he lost one skill by failing that. So that's still like that. So if they refuse you, it directly affects this guy's skill immediately, which lowers his chances next time. They refuse that because he didn't have enough money. But sometimes when you offer like demanding like that, they will give you a counter offer.
At once.
Yeah, this is a thing that should have been changed. Just because you don't meet the conditions, the guy will lose skill because he gets refused.
Sir!
But I don't think it matters that much.
General!
We could go take Massilia here as well. I have a mission here in 8 turns, huh? It's a rebel, so it's good to take immediately. Hard to say where they're gonna come from the north. I also want to take Karalis. I want to take Karalis and Massilia here. But Batavian comes first.
General! General!
I don't really expect to go everywhere. I'm gonna see consider missions and secure the Alps and some of the cities on the other side. The coast probably first, maybe into Spain. There's not gonna be no rushing really. You know, I don't really like rushing. I'm considering where we move this. The peasants here should be fine because we enslaved the place. I guess the first thing first to see how the battle goes here. I've been considering to put a general with this battle as well, our king, our faction leader, but this should be fine. I have 66 generals bodyguard here. You really have to get these settlements in the north immediately, because they can get way too many units. Going without a ram in one small breach. Would have been very nice to have a unit of archers here.
Today we go into battle against the Gauls. Warriors both worthy and brave in equal measure. Now, set your minds on the task to come. Strike hard! Strike without mercy! Units, await my orders!
What? This tower is quite close here, but it can be avoided. This is still very small here. So you can see they had Warlord Hall. This is a thing I like. You can actually look in the settlement. They have a palisade. They have Warlord's Hold. They have the Master Field. This one actually looks better. The tower has about 100 range, and I want to say a little over 90 degrees. We have mainly melee units here. But we do not outnumber them. Our batting been better than what I've seen. The most important thing to know this game is don't go crazy about, you know, doing this. Just, you know, give an order and be patient. Because this can be half the problem. Especially with larger units. So they're not really defending this well. We can use our one of our pillars to just shoot here to give us a little bit advantage. Each soldier has two pillar. The range is basically just to mitigate casualties. The most of the casualty happens in melee. At least in our early game here. This is good. We can go in. It's crazy how much a one unit of archers do for you in the early game. It's just crazy how much.
Our soldiers have captured the walls! Now is the time to press on and capture this place!
Just keep the general close. Didn't get a war cry, we didn't get a shoot. Warman has more numbers than the Hastati, but Hastati has slightly better stats. But on very hard they get 7 attack and 7 morale, which is a lot. Basically the difficulty just makes you, have a chance to take higher casualties. Pretty much what it is. Slows down the snowball in a way. Because you do have to retrain units. We are playing on Ultra. Ultra affects performance more, affects the game balance, both battle and campaign wise. Like, according to what they say. I guess it maybe interrupt just the flow of the campaign a bit, because you have to manage the guard a little bit better.
General.
I love Rome Total War, but I think this was launched in a premature state. This is basically Rome Total War. They haven't done anything to the AI. The battle AI was probably the worst thing about the game even back then. They haven't done really much to it. A lot of people are complaining about the AI, so they might do something about it. But don't expect much. Our guys are holding here. They have good defense. Okay. It's good. Just going in. So you can see still on the very hard, they can easily route. They improved the state of morale and length of combat a little bit in the middle too, but it was more of a quality thing. Don't really worry yourself about, historical formations, what makes sense. Just, you know, play battles to minimize casualties, because that's basically the non-total war battle experience. They're surrounded, so they're gonna easily break here. It's all about that morale, right? I wonder how this is affected by the general's command, because the warband that other army did better.
Waiting for orders. Stay. Units, double time.
We have too many numbers that can fight here. Too much numbers here. Regarding unit balance, I think they're better than anything. Better than anything. Those warbands probably need +1 here and +1 there. The mods will fix this. The stats. You can actually have in a mod here pretty much have a hastati here and shit pretty much all over the town, and they pretty much fight for like 10 minutes. There are mods for that, but I had some proper stats and not just these instant routes. What a big example of bad unit balance on the regional. The combat is too fast, first thing, but that's how the game was designed. The cavalry is overpowered due to how morale works, and it's just the sheer, you know, how fast it happens is just makes most things not even worth considering. In the vanilla setter game, the primary factor is, you know, minimize casualties. Don't bother about anything else. If you want to have proper fights, just wait for the mods.
Hurry! Has started. General. Has started.
It's just light cavalry though. I still did plenty of kills there, look at that. It's a difficult thing as well. And I can't fight this many hostile, but I can do some damage. Well, that unit got wrecked. Should have really had a general fight there, but there is no way to get to the other side without risking them just rushing us. And due to the pair finding and the input, it might take a bit. This is light cavalry, by the way, guys. This is not even a warlord. Our cavalry will just win against the care by default because they have way better stats, but they still murder her
The
start.
enemy general flees. Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too.
That's light cavalry, but it's also because of very hard.
The gods be praised! The enemy general is dead! His men know their doom approaches!
Hurry! Quickly! General! Unit! Unit! Right back! Unit! Double time! Unit! Unit! Move! Move! General! Hastati! Destroy them! Attack! Units! Units! Hurry! Hurry! Units! Double time! Attack!
I don't want to find them on the very center.
Units! Attack! Quickly!
Misclick on the second screen.
At the double! Units! General! General! Come back, coward! General! Hurry! General! General! Move! Move! Destroy them! Attack!
Not broken yet, the general might get killed there. Okay. They stop routing instantly because they're close to the center. Fighting close to the center is just so stupid. Can't really match their stats. All with these units.
General has thrown away his life!
Nice.
And now he feeds the carrion birds! His men may soon be bird food too!
Well, there goes our faction here. There might be a route here. Just because of the center, they're like fighting like crazy. Lost one of the sons. Our guys will regroup. We have probably one more chance here. We have some pillar here which can help. They just stay there. I hate goals. Look at this. We need something to fight him head on. Our general is dead, so they're not gonna do much here. Oh, this just went bad here. Remember, Warband is trash. I prefer Town Watch. This battle did not go our way.
Units, move!
Should have sent the faction leader. That's what I was considering the start. Should have sent the faction leader to help. See if they can recover some morale and stamina. It's very slow to recover. We do have what 6 morale on this unit. The enemy just gets bonus that's double that. We'll give it one more attempt with morale. If these guys cannot fight, they'll just break before even engaging. But generally getting killed there was pretty much the battle. It's not really safe there, and they were on the center, they were not moving. We could have shot a couple more there to weaken them a bit. Like I said, take your time, minimize the casualties. The center here, you know, that terminates on the center. We might just rout the moment we see them. Losing one of a fellow members hurts in the beginning, but you know, you can't just get everything your way. Okay, we
enemy
got it.
army is in flight.
That was
Our army
tough.
is victorious. A tribute to Roman strength and honor.
Gotta just be a little bit patient there. Well, rip Queen Julius. That was a slaughter. We got a settlement, but we paid a heavy price.
Leaving the army. Victory and glory.
Okay, we're going to enslave. This settlement should have a lot of growth. This will also buffer growth with slaves. Heroic death. Quintus Julius, the factionary, has died in battle. Died in battle 269 BC. He had potential, but you know, stuff like that happens. He did have a son. It's like the cinematic gods. I hate goals. We have 4 sons, so the family tree is the family is still good. True Roman. So we got a true Roman as well. These things don't get updated, so what the hell is the point of this alerts if we don't get this updated? What the hell is the point of this news shit if you don't get all the trade updates? Your guys are getting trades you don't even know about it. Not even tell you how you got them. Nice. What the hell the fuck is the point of this? Okay, so this city had one extra building than the other one. It had the market. Ooh, market! It was not a trade, it was a market. Which means we can recruit a merchant. This place has 1541 income, that's nice. How does this affect the trade in the other place? Oh, the slavery is finally buffing growth here. I guess you needed more slaves. You needed more here, here, and here. I guess one slaves wouldn't buff it, and you needed more. We get 1% growth because of slavery here. The squalor has increased a bit, but we also have a very high tax rate. This is actually good. Yeah, the slavery is starting to buff growth. Look at that 9% here, damn. Well, there are no slavery buff in Armenum. This province now has contact with 2 other provinces with slavery. I didn't work before with 0.5. We got trade with Patavium as well. Patavium is our 72 trade route. That was a settlement that we just captured. It has glass. and textiles. The trade has increased quite a bit here as well. These provinces have slavery 1%. There are slaves in Segest and Mediolanum, and they're trading with each other. You got a bridge here with a road. Maybe we need a road for the slaves to get there. Because there was no bridge here until we built the roads. Because this come from Mediolanum. There is no roads here either. Slavery in this place is 1%. 0.5 from Mediolanum and 0.5 from Segesta. And this place has slavery 1.5%. Might be getting slaves because it's trading with the red team as well. Red team are minimum Mediolanum. It's not an icon here, but there are slaves in Mediolanum, and they forgot to put the icon here that there are slaves being traded. Slave is a trade resource. You can see it here. Trade resource, but they forgot to put it on the list. They forgot to put it on the list. So it's a little bit confusing. You can see here, pottery, tradable resource, timber, tradable resource. You can see slaves, tradable resource. When you go into the settlement, there are no slaves. No, nothing in the details. Why did they do that? I have no idea. They give you all this information and they just miss some things out of it. I'm pretty sure in the original Rumble War the slaves were shown on the list. $1.5 slavery here. How do you even explain this? Maybe Segesta is trading slaves to Retium, Retium is trading slaves to Armenum. Mediolanum has slaves trading to Patavium, and they're all three trading with Patavium. There are slaves here which is 0.5, there are slaves there which is 0.5, but there's no trading with Segesta. So where does that other 0.5 come from? I'm not sure where does the third 0.5 come from. Because they have no slaves as a resource in these two. These three have slaves right now. It lasts for 20 turns. Maybe it's a multiplier 1. Multiplier 1. Hard to say. Yeah, it counts itself for 0.5. And then counts Milano for 0.5. But it's not trading with Segesta, so it's not having that extra 0.5. And then you have here this place that has Patavium and Segesta with trade. And it has only one. And then you have to keep in mind that the slaves are not on the resource list, so you have to guess. Game trying to give information, but it's not giving you everything, and you have to guess if it's working is it properly or is it bugged. Could be related to the roads. Let's see what happens if you build a bridge here. Let's see what happens if you build a bridge there. Because it seems that the bridge did something for Mediolanum and Segesta. So we'll start with roads here. Roads first, right? These two cities have crazy potential for recruitment, which means we want to get our main recruitment here. We don't want to recruit here. This economy, right?
Imperator.
So this is our new faction heir. When we look at the family tree, I guess he's gonna have to do. We include a spy, diplomat, and a merchant here. A spy discovers information about rival factions that can be used to get information about rival cities, armies, and characters. The longer he remains in a place as a spy, the more information he gathers. He can also cause discontent in rival settlements, and if he is inside a city under siege by his own faction, he will open the gates to them. So this spy causes unrest. There's a spy here with 3 skill. A diplomat is an individual trained in the arts of flattery, cajolery, smooth talking, and sometimes even bullying, who is sent out to deal with rival factions. It is his job to strike bargains, cement peace treaties, or even demand a surrender. Diplomats also act as eyes and ears of their factions in the places they go. The diplomat has 50 upkeep, spy has 100 upkeep. And there is the merchant, no upkeep. And merchants establish trade routes between their home region and distant settlements. As private enterprise, they can move through foreign lands without committing a diplomatic transgression. They cannot trade with hostile factions. Merchants can monopolize trade resources to generate greater profits and deny the resources to other merchants. Merchants can also end rival merchants' career by successfully buying them out. And merchants cost how much to recruit again? 250. I guess it's a little bit better than medieval. I think in medieval it costs 500. We can only have 1 merchant. I guess 1 per market. Okay. Peasants are reluctant warriors, but numbers are used in all armies. Forcing peasants to fight is one way of getting lots of men in the field quickly and cheaply. They have little tactical sense and even less willingness to fight. They would rather be defending their own homes than be dragged to a battle they neither care about nor understand. If nothing else, they are useful when there is digging to be done. They are, however, experts at reading the land and hiding whenever there is cover. So, we do have still, Flavius Julius, our faction leader.
General!
47 out of 76. So you can see he became a faction heir, and all of a sudden his size of his unit is increased. If you mouse over the year, it tells you which turn it is. The game starts 270 BC, summer.
Orders?
I'm gonna send a spy to investigate what's on the other side.
Yes, Master. Secrecy is assured.
So it looks like there's a rebel settlement up there. This is a place where we'll be getting military. The culture penalty 50%, but it's not really. We cannot do anything about this. We can upgrade this, upgrade that, and nothing we can do about this unless you want to remove it first. And this was not what removing it takes time to build up. So that culture panel will be fine. We'll just get peasants to manage it until it gets upgraded. Yeah, I like to manage everything campaign related. We need to consider Karalis 8 turns, but we can also take Massilia first. So we can reach this main road first.
Imperator! Onward! General! Forward! Build tower! Orders! Mark! Merging armies!
We can see what's on the other side here. There.
General! Orders!
I think this is fine to go with this guy. Peasants here is enough for public order. We're getting a temple. We can just keep recruiting peasants here. This guard is okay. I'm gonna sort the Segesta here for a sec.
General!
Again, getting her started here, right?
Fleet ready!
Got 2 ships.
Sir! Sir! General! Sir! General! Imperator!
So when smoothly we could have already been towards there. Now we have one less family member to do things with. We actually have a pretty decent income. Just need to get more military stuff, I guess. Okay, we made profits last turn. Some builders up, some units. Our first merchant. There's a rebel merchant here. The rebels get merchants as well. So he has inherent skill. It's only 1, good with money. There's a rare talent to validate the true worth of any given deal and reaps in the ample benefit as a result. Rare gloves, the basic of the barter system.
Sir.
Doesn't it tell you actually what this does?
Awaiting your command.
There's wine here, huh?
Securing resources. Can I be of service?
How to manage merchant as well.
Awaiting your command.
Agent is idle, huh? Guess it doesn't do anything on here. Send him north.
At once.
Maybe his turn has to pass.
Yes, master. Secrecy is assured.
Let's see what's up there. Germans.
Imperator. March.
I think a watchtower here will be fine.
Build tower. Sir. Onward.
This one is behind the mountain so we don't see it. It was better to put it here, but this looks fine.
Your Honor.
What else is here?
Without delay.
Have 7 turns for that mission now.
Orders? Forward!
I'm gonna go for Corrales and ignore Massilia. Since that family got killed, member got killed, maybe we could just send the regular stuff as well.
Orders? Orders? General! Imperator! Sir! March!
We got a bridge here now. You can see the bridge appeared. Let's see if anything changed regarding that. 1.5 slavery. 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. So it's finally actually working now because the roads are. Got 3 slave resources and everything now has 1.5 because we actually have roads and bridges here. This thing that mentions here improve the routes via new bridges. This basically requires it's required the bridges are required for the trade to go on, like the slaves. So by building roads, we connected the slaves to the other cities. And now we have a pretty nice growth here. This one can reach here. Culture penalty 41.5. This is because we added another building, so it's actually mixing now. Looks like it. Same here.
Sir! Sir!
Oh, look at this. They're actually rebels in Rome.
Orders? Sir! Sir! General! Move! Sir!
Get 1,050 people here now.
Sir! Move out!
Let's man this one as well. 1210. Because we need to make sure that this place gets up the building before this is all built up. And this place will actually have a very nice growth now. It's because it's a low tax. What does it even say for the town watcher? Town watcher, local workers and peasants given enough training to defend their homes and keep order in the streets. They are no substitute for fully trained Roman legionaries, but they are not expected to be more than a citizen militia with an interest in keeping the peace. And they may also have some firefighting duties. They do not have much equipment, and the most they are expected to do is stand behind their spears and shields, hold position when charged. By and large, they manage to do this. Yeah. So we moved the stuff here. You can actually see the armies here. This governor here is going to be making a lot of money. It's currently nearly 300 a turn.
Orders?
This other guy here is not really for generally it's more for a governor, but we are starting some construction around. Not really need a governor in any of these cities right now to make a little bit more money. This place is probably best to just keep recruiting peasants. What do we got here? As a trader, land clearance and barracks. Now let's get the economy stuff first. Land clearance gives 0.5 population growth and increases the farming, which increases the farm income. This farm income here is 2%. It's kind of low. And we get 65 more for +1 here on the poor harvest. An improvement on a slash and burn farming around a settlement, land clearances allow a surplus of food and encourage population growth. Subsistence farming, where people can only just feed themselves and their families, does not free people to do anything more than scrabble for a living. However, if agriculture improves even marginally, there will be a growth in the settlement. This kind of farming can be upgraded as the settlement grows. Hey Mads, good morning. We cannot trade it immediately since we have some money. That is one. Okay, what do we have here? This is a place we want to recruit troops because of the high growth. This will also improve public order due to replacing their cultural building. So you can actually produce a lot of hostility here. But let's get these things sorted first. Is there any penalty here to distance? Now this is actually pretty good. Population move actually improves happiness as well. These two cities are good for changing the capital later on, depending which way we expand. Get another spy. You don't want to get too many because the upkeep is still just odd. Okay, we're pretty much securing this area in northern Italy, and we're considering to attack Karalis next. Well, we'll make sure the borders here are secured. Well, Polonia has been taken by the Macedonians. And we have rebels here. They have a rebel general. Naked fanatics. Rebellion here happened due to unrest. What is Brunei doing? I think they got here too late. Aratim got a Temple of Sears. What does it even say for the temple? This just doubles the this bonus. This temple is dedicated to Ceres, the goddess of grain fertility. She's an important figure in ensuring that crops are sufficient to feed everyone. She's equated with the Greek deity Demeter and worship over 2 overlaps. That's basically what it says for the shrine. Egypt, they replace the shrine with the temple of the shrine, right? Yeah. Oh, this is 5 population growth here now. Trade 377. There's actually a lot of money from trade here because it's in a central position.
General!
Imperator.
General!
So got the rebels here.
Awaiting your command.
See what's going on in this area here.
Secrecy is assured.
I can get me down on this side.
Awaiting your command. At once. Can I be
Opus of Batavium. Six turns to take Aralis, we get a unit that we can recruit. Not a very good reward. Oh! There's a rebellion here outside Segest as well. Look at this, on the same turn, we got rebels here and rebels here. Nice. Looks like we're already turning into a rebel cleanup simulator.
General!
Don't really need much to take Karalis. They seem to have only 2 units.
Orders!
Imperator.
General!
So this place had 1240 population. And the rebels that appear here literally have more soldiers.
Orders!
Imperator.
Okay, so this is option to retrain here. This happens automatically, 0 turn, and we can add 1 more.
Imperator!
There's a bunch of rebels from this side.
Imperator!
Yes?
Orders!
Couple of pathways on that other side.
Forward! Sir!
Still no mercenaries appear there.
Yes, master.
Go ahead in case there's some enemies here that we don't see. We don't kill the rebels, they're gonna cause devastation. Which lowers income.
Sir! Attack!
Okay. I feel like we should have a rebel counter somewhere. I'm not gonna show this one, just gonna keep it here for the counter. There's 2 rebellions that spawned there, 2 so far. And this is just basically campaign start. They have 3 warbands, 3 fanatics, and a rebel general. When the rebels are stronger than the factions you're supposed to be fighting here. The rebels were pretty broken in the old one. I don't think they done anything to fix that. The rate of rebel spawn is too high.
Over there stand the rebel slaves. They are braver and more worthy than men of their type have any right to be. They have been whipped to the battlefield like cattle for slaughter. Our numbers here are about equal. Therefore, a victory here will be hard fought, but glorious. Yet, for all that, we are the stronger within ourselves. We are the greater warriors. I have never lost a battle against these people. Why should I start losing now, with men such as you at my command? Another victory is at hand. Now I say, this far and no further. Here we make a stand. You all know my worth and what I have done before. Of the foes who attacked me in the past, few ever got to boast of their success.
Which got a rebuilding temples to Julii. Early you need growth, so you're picking serious.
Today we make our own fates. The omens may say that we face disaster, but I choose to think differently. Can any true man do otherwise? There is little to fear, as help is coming. Within the day, another army of ours will arrive for this battle. And at the last, brave Romans, I say this: strength and honor to you all!
There's a too much delay before he finishes, and then when they start cheering.
Units! Await my orders! Archers! General! Quickly! Military! Quickly! Units! Move! General! At the double! At the double! Archers! Units! Hurry! Hurry!
Reinforcements have arrived! But are they in time to take part in the battle?
Hostile! Units! Double time!
I have a feeling those guys will just kill stuff here. The Warman there. See how the Warman does against the area. There has 7 armor.
Archers!
Oh, what are we on high ground here? Doesn't even.
Archers!
Definitely want to shoot the fanatics.
Run! Hostile! General!
Having that unit of archers gives us such an advantage.
Military! Archers! Archers!
Fanatics have shields, but have no armor. The shield value and the armor is what defends them against archers.
Units!
Can't wait to get a second archer unit. I like shooting rebels.
We're being attacked!
And without that archer, this battle is just crazy casualties.
Archers! General, at the double! Archers! Attack! Guard this area. General, at the double! Hurry! Archers! Has started. General, hurry! Has started. Waiting for order. Unit! General, position! Has started. General, hurry! Run! Archers! General, run! Quickly! Hurry! Charge! Push started! General, kill them! At the double! Started. Archers! General, at the double! Archers! Waiting for orders.
By the way, should we look at the spaghetti lines? You still they CA patched it, but no, they just skipped the old thing.
Archers! Stand and fight!
There's something you know, very relaxing shooting the enemy with archers.
Run! Kill them!
Your general is dead.
The double!
Oh man, I miss Stones of Britannia sometimes.
Attack! Archers! General! Orders completed! Hurry!
Good thing is if your general gets wounded, he might get more hit points straight, which makes him a killing machine over time. You just have to proc the first time without him getting killed. It's risky, but it's stupid imbalanced over time. You're gonna get like actual 8 extra hit points or something.
Archers! Unit! Has started. Archers!
The old game bloody, yeah. We need to equip this so we don't put our generals on the risk. It's silly to just use our generals where they can just get killed in 5 seconds. Units are very weak to range. Honestly, my favorite part about Rome Total War battles is the archers.
Run!
Archers and cavalry.
Orders completed. Units! Fire at will!
His archers will get pretty strong as they get experience. Just want to nurture them over the battles. I don't know why the Rebel General have such stats. I guess everything has to have broken stats on horse. I should just say 30 ammo. It's just says 30 ammo. Assad has 2, archers have 30. So what's our skill on the archers right now? Missile attack 9. Goes against the shield. And then their armor can save some. It's all about avoiding casualties. That's like should be the first thing on your mind in these battles on Total War, Armored War, just avoid casualties. Once you figure out how the rebel spawns, how many you're gonna have to fight? Oh boy. I do hope they lowered it a bit. Archers are almost empty here. I look at the bright side, guys. At least the performance is very good. Like, it's not like there's lots of textures to render and shit, but the performance is really good. This was probably the worst thing in the OG Armored War performance, right? You can charge in a way where the general is out of harm's way, but you have to keep an eye on it, because you can see the general. It's surrounded, so you should not last long. We need like a unit of equities. I'm working on it. The worst thing that can happen in the battle is the family members dying. That's the worst thing the AI can do to you. Because that system is very annoying.
General is running away. This is no way for a leader to behave, but in battle, it's beyond belief. The gods be praised.
You can literally make contact with these guys and they can kill 10 horses.
No, their doom approaches.
Got a general in the front there. Why the hell is the general in the first line? Devs didn't really understand at the time that, you know, people like, you know, to get their generals, you know, actually to live.
Hurry! They're starting. Units, charge! Quickly! Units, double time! Charge! Units, charge! Ready!
The gods be praised! The enemy's hearts are full of fear, and now they flee!
Units, double time!
Oh, there is like no shield bearer or bodyguard mechanic in this game that makes sense. Because at the whole time when the general is fighting, there are three guys caring about the general's safety over their own lives. This doesn't exist here. The first like total war where they represented this well was in Transbritannia. Your general can literally not die until 30% of your bodyguard remain. The fact your general can die on contact or immediately, it makes no sense. You think there are not like at least 20 guys in here that just protect the general's life over their own? Yeah, that's the purpose of the bodyguards, right? But this doesn't exist in all total wars except Transbritannia. So it's making use of the general just risky, stupid in a way. But it's such an overpowered unit in the early versions.
All Rome will be amazed at such a victory! The day is ours!
Archers did 182 casualties. Got trained to a study back.
Victory and glory!
And don't come back. So, if you ask me, every time you defeat the rebels, the unrest should go down. To the point where there is no unrest, even in the conquered settlements. I'm secretly hoping they actually done that. If they haven't done that, oh man, it's gonna be masochistic to play long campaigns very hard.
General! Forward! General! Sir!
At your service.
So all the construction is done in this place. We got the roads there. We could get more hostility here, right? Let's actually get the range stuff here. Practice range. Practice range is a space needed to master and train light troops. This is particularly true for javelin practice. The most famous of these fields is probably the Campus Martia, Field of Mars in the Eternal City of Rome itself. After the Marian reforms, the Auxilia form a professional wing of the army rewarded by citizenship. So we got range here, we got cav here, we got infantry here, and we're gonna have infantry here. Superior Commander +3. You don't get notification about all the traits. We'll check them from time to time. Got a local hero.
Imperator.
A cool thing here, it actually tells you what's the size here, 96. It could be the highest size, but I'm not sure they can go higher. I don't remember. Okay, what do we have here? This is our economy town. I'm thinking the best thing at this point is to pave the roads since the high trade. Look at this income increase, it's massive. 5 trade routes, 4 by road. Yeah, this is huge for just one building. Base trade income bonus 100%, increase character movement rate by 40%. That's over 50% increase movement, and then it doubles the base trade income, which in this city is high because it's a trade city. These improved roads allow armies to assemble and then meet approaching enemies swiftly. Paved roads are built for military use first and foremost. They are carefully surveyed and constructed, often including cuttings and extensive causeways. Will not degenerate into muddy rivers in winter or dusty tracks in summer, no matter how hard the usage. This is a huge increase, over 300 income per turn when this is done. You can also check it here, right? This is icon that is constructing. Icon that is recruiting. Been pushing a lot of money into construction, so the treasury is trying to keep up. This place needs more population, right? Yeah. I'm playing with the texture pack here.
Orders. Orders.
Yeah, this is a very nice population growth here.
Aye, Captain.
All the fleet has to wait right now. It's 2 tons of ships after all. Single ship costs 606, so the ships are kinda costly. 82 upkeep.
Fleet ready.
Huh? Ah, this is a trireme.
To sail.
A bireme, 100. Oh, it says 80 men. Okay, 80 men. That's it's 660 recruiter. 100 is upkeep. Well, sometimes they attack. I think it's only very hard, and they cause devastation. It's basically a form of raiding. You will see black spots in the region, meaning they're damaging the economy. And I'm sure if you go here, it will tell you how much you lose to the devastation. If I don't get 4 ships, we can easily lose 2 of their ships because they're very hard. The naval outer is always probably the worst on high difficulty.
Imperator.
We're not gonna be moving there yet, so I just get his started for now. I'll get a ship. Syracuse have been taken by Scipii. You can see this this area here is devastation. Coming of age, Amulius Julius. Trace and Mastodon are fighting. Goal and House Sleepy made a peace. You got Stables and Aminum. Light Clean Segesta. I'll get here. So we got a new family member. Amulius Julius. His father got killed at Patavium. Lively is a poor farmer, restrained and positive. Really bad stuff. So I think it's Lively that gets more movement points. So we got our guy for construction. We'll be running around the countryside with his bodyguards and managing construction. Oh, look at this! More rebels. There's not even any unrest here. Why did the rebels spawn here? Rebel count 3. I swear, man, the rebel stuff in this game is probably just gonna kill the long-term replay value of this game. They haven't, looks like, fixed anything regarding rebels. Look at this. People are happy. People are happy. There is no unrest and the rebels spawned. What the fuck? This shit makes no sense.
Oh my god.
Your Honor,
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
on my way.
What the hell?
Yes? At once.
No, they're still here. They haven't fixed the rebels. This is still stupid bullshit. It's one of the probably worst thing about the vanilla Untitled War is the rebels spawning. And the outer is always fucked, so you have to fight every battle because of the difficulty. Because on a higher campaign difficulty, auto resolve is rigged in the enemy favor. Even if it says you're favored, you can lose.
Sir. At once.
Orders?
So we have a mission to get Karalis, but there are rebels in there.
General!
They might not move for a while, or they might not move at all. We're not gonna be able to do Karalis mission unless we go now.
Orders?
You know, you're gonna get more soldiers here due to we're gonna have to leave some for the garrison. Okay, Segesta has no more unrest. The town is actually growing nicely. Yolanum has 10% unrest. Aratium has no unrest. Patavium has 15% unrest. Why the hell did the rebels spawn here? Makes no sense. This shit makes no sense. People are fucking happy here, we got the rebels. Zero unrest. Fucking hell. Shit makes no sense.
Awaiting your command. At once. Sir!
We'll get our second army with Vibius Julius since he's another faction here, but we should just sort some watchtowers here first.
Secrecy is assured.
Sir! March!
There's some barbarian warband mercenaries.
Build tower. Sir, move out.
I'm not sure if their watchtowers are really worth building at the border instead of forts, because you can place watchtowers soon on some of the other sides. Having the vision of the area is kind of important. The forts apparently do help against the rebels. Nobody ever managed to explain why. The watchtowers attract rebels though. So if the rebels decide to move, it's a high chance they're gonna go towards the watchtower, and then you lose the vision. Then you know the rebels are there. But the management of rebels in this game is probably one of the worst things about the game unless they patched it. This was really broken. This should have not been just copied from the original to the new one.
General! Orders, orders, Imperator, ready to sail! Orders? Aye, aye, Captain! Aye, Captain! Aye, aye, Captain!
Yeah, we are invading the islands here. And we can send the second guy here to deal with these rebels.
Attack!
This guy will be building watchtowers, while the second one will get the army under control. And yes, rebels in this game will retreat.
Victory and glory! Attack!
They get town watch in Velitas, okay. Velitas. What the fuck is this man, guys? What the fuck? Why are there people rebelling in happy regions? Shit makes no sense. There's no unrest there. Patch that shit. First mod I'm gonna install for this game is no fucking rebels.
Rebellious slaves may think of victory, but we
Unless
should
there
make
is
them
an
think
unrest in the
kindly
region.
of their masters' whips. They are dead men walking. Now, take up the sword, string your bow, look to your arms and armor. Now comes the hour when we test Roman courage!
There should not be a chance, there should not be rebels unless people are not happy and there is unrest. And if the rebels spawn and you kill them, unrest should decrease. Hopefully somebody mods that shit.
Units! Await my orders!
No, it's just random. There is a number modifier in the files which dictates the rate of rebel spawning, and I think it might be affected by the campaign difficulty. There are factors for rebel spawning, but this what just happened here is just random. The map just generates some rebels because of a number in the files. I'm like 90% sure.
Units!
Gods be praised! The reinforcements are here! Send them to fight! Dishearten the enemy!
General, quickly!
This was broken in the previous game, and it looks like it's still broken here.
Hurry! Units! Units!
So this is town watch. It's gonna get slowed by the Hastati, and our cavalry can just clear the Velitas.
At the double! Attack! Attack!
So it looks like one is actually trying to shoot, the other one got bugged.
Attack! Attack! Kill them! Hastati! Run! Kill them!
The enemy has +7 attacks, so they can do some damage. If you don't chase them, I think they just live. I'm not sure if it works after the retreat, but let's not leave it to chance.
demands victory from her generals, and this day is clearly our victory!
You could look at it like this way. Rebels, oh, my free experience for my generals. I look at it, oh, rebels, oh shit, more tedium. Especially if they don't make no sense. I don't mind rebels if they make sense. We capture a place, there is unrest, sure. People are maybe not even happy, disillusioned, unhappy, sure, there's a chance for rebels. But when rebels appear out of thin air for no reason whatsoever other than having a hidden number in the files that says the rebels must spawn all the time, just want to strangle somebody.
Sir! General! Orders! Orders! Orders!
The infantry in the army affects the movement of the cavalry. So I just left the infantry in the city and kept moving the guy. There's a place for a watchtower here, so we can see the Adriatic better.
Move out!
Have a watchtower here and have a watchtower here. Very happy with this watchtower here. I think this is definitely put a watchtower here. This one here is questionable, but it does give us vision over the area a bit. Well, I like this one and this one, but this could be better spots for the forts though. You could put a like watchtower here maybe. The mountains do seem to block vision. Well, later on, when you're dirty rich, you basically use diplomats on the map and you just bribe the rebels to fuck off. Here, I'll give you $100. Please fuck off from my game. Pretty much, you know, the later game. You just basically have diplomats moving around and paying rebels to fuck off.
Orders? Aye, Captain.
Okay, the roads are going up here. We got a ship. There's an Equites here. There's a new unit. Equites is just light cavalry. Nothing special, but it's cavalry. Cavalry is OP. They haven't balanced shit. Equites are light cavalrymen armed with spears. In the Roman system of war, they are intended to drive off skirmishers and pursue fleeing enemies. You know, the way they could have balanced the cavalry a bit if they gave him pretty much all infantry like additional 2 morale. Which I hope they would, but they didn't. I think all infantry should get like 2 morale on the base extra. Because one of the reasons why the cavalry is OP is because how the morale works in the game. The word Equites means horsemen, and they are recruited from among the well-off sections of society. They wear little armor and only carry spears and shields. As a result, they can charge enemies, but may be cut to pieces by a prepared defense line of spearmen if this were attacked head-on. True that. Instead, they should be used against the flanks or rear of units, or to keep missile troops and skirmishers away from the main Roman heavy infantry, who are the real killers of the Roman army. Really? Wait till I get a couple of archers. Historically, Equites were drawn from the equestrian classes, literally the rich people who could afford to own horses, and they spent their own money on both horse and war gear. It's nice to have in every army a couple of cavalry so you can chase down skirmishers and the people who are trying to flee. Cut them down. You also got the war dogs. War dogs have 10 melee attack. Frightened nearby enemy fast moving. They take 2 turns to recruit. 680 as well. War dogs are bred for a savage nature and great size, but then hunting man is only a little more dangerous than hunting wild boar. The beasts are muscular and powerful, originally bred for hunting large prey. They are now trained to hunt and attack men. War dogs are usually unleashed on an enemy to break a line and unnerve opponents. Few men are able to stand steadily in the face of a snarling and partially starved beast. The dogs are trained to bite and hold on, dragging down their human targets and hamstringing horses. The handlers are brave, hardy, and not easily intimidated. Many have fingers, hands, or even chunks of limbs missing. The war dogs have pretty good attack, but if the enemy has armor, they'll have trouble. Okay. What did it even say for the Hastati? I don't think we read the Hastati one. Hastati are among the younger men in the early Republican Legion and form the front line in any battle. They are supposed to wear down an enemy and hold him before the next round battle line attacks and carries on the fight. They are, as a result, capable troops in their own right. Light infantry. With 5 armor. They are armed with 2 pila and that are thrown at the enemy at close range before they close to fight hand to hand. They are equipped with a sword, a bronze helmet, a large shield, and a breastplate. The pilum, plural pila, is a clearly designed spear with a soft iron shaft behind the point. It bends on impact so it can't be thrown back, and if it's stuck in someone or something, it is a little hindrance to movement. Historically, Hastati spent their own money on their equipment and often couldn't afford anything much better. This, along with the age and property requirements, was why they for us Hastati. Hastati make more sense in Rome 2 than in Rome 1. Their quality is actually way too high compared to other factions' early troops. So Armenum is not getting taxed much. How much money are we missing not taxing this place? Nearly 500 a turn, huh? I think that's actually fine considering the growth. Tax this place now, since we got a much better growth because of slavery. In the market we can get another merchant. So far merchant has been useless. Either just wandering the map and, you know, making 0 money. At least it doesn't have upkeep. This is a place where we want to get the blacksmith. We get +1 on light weapons, heavy weapons. This might just be meaning attack or invisible damage start. .5 base farming level. This is 7. Holy shit. So Patavium is perfect for us just kept getting military all the time. But there's nothing wrong with recruiting military at Armenum. Like cavalry, I mean. There should be a place for the cavalry, anyways. The blacksmith feels like it's a luxury. This more than doubles the road trade down. Does this actually affect this one even further? No. This place is gonna be making a lot of money. As the governor. 8 management on this guy now. What happened? Got a priest of Sirius. +1 management, +1 to farming output. Nice. Probably got this because we built a temple, right? I think when you build a temple you can get this thing. I wonder what happens to all the followers when he dies. Do you lose all the followers or they go back to the pool? Because if as he gets older you might just remove all the followers and put him on another guy. Which would, you know, be like shit quality of life. This 8 management is pretty crazy on this guy here. It's he's making 350 extra per turn just from his management skill. But he also affects other things, like you can see the farming from the follower, cheaper construction, buff to trade. So it's not just the management itself, it's his traits and the followers too. This guy's probably making over 500 a turn here right now. 8 management, Well, just have a luxury of having a blacksmith here. I feel like blacksmith equities makes sense. And you know, to remember what exactly it does. This is a place where we can keep recruiting some troops. And as it gets bigger, it will be normal. A blacksmith provides superior quality weaponry for any troops trained in the settlement. Skills in metalworking are exceptional, far beyond those of ordinary smiths who make agricultural implements. He's an important man in the community, as good weapons are always wielded by the men who have to use them. A blacksmith who can make a strong sword that won't break or bend in combat is a great asset to his people. 1200 for in 3 turns. We have still 3000s. Getting, we're gonna get the archer thing in Batavium. I don't really care about Velites. They can do some okay damage on some units, but the lack of ammo compared to archers in range is just not worth using them. There's another unit that got much better in Rome too. These guys might attack Batavium. I'm gonna have to ignore it for now. We'll get some Hastati and a general to get rid of them.
Aye, Captain.
I think this is all good here. There's a spy moving around. The rebellion in Arretium and in the Rome could have been caused by a Gallic spy. You can see the rebels move towards the watchtower. One of the benefits of having watchtowers. Spain are at war with Carthage, that's great. Armenia with the Seleucid Empire, Egypt with the Seleucid Empire, House of Scipio with the Gaul. These cities have made peace with Carthage. Got the militia barracks in Milanum. Now we can get Hastati here. How's the culture panel looking now here? There's another 5% unrest here, but now that the buildings are mixing, the culture penalty is going down. There's 10% unrest in Batavium.
Sir!
Yes, master. Secrecy is assured.
The Gauls are attacking Lugdunum.
General!
That's probably why we haven't seen them in a while.
Aye, Captain.
There's a pretty good chance our fleet just lose against their fleet by default. You have to also consider that. But if we have the control of the sea, they won't be able to move things around. So also better to get like 2 ships over top. And even if you have 4 ships and they have 2 ships, you can still get a crash and defeat and auto resolve because of campaign difficulty.
Fleet ready!
I think landing here is fine right now.
Set sail!
I think Karalis, they actually fortified it. So they built a building, very nice. We'll take that.
General! Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain.
They also have Biremes. What does it even say for Bireme? 8 morale, 7 defense, 2 armor, 5 defense, 1 charge, 6 melee attack. A Bireme is a small galley with a ram at the prow. It is powered by sail and 2 banks of oars. Ship has a good turn of speed and a fairly handy with a good crew. The ram makes the Bireme a weapon rather than just transport fighting men. A Bireme is outclassed in a combat by trireme speed and weight, but its combat power should not be underestimated.
Aye, Captain.
Okay, we get 3 ships.
Aye, Captain.
Hopefully this will be enough.
ready to sail.
As the admirals win battles, or you can also randomly recruit one with, they can have extra command. I'm not sure that does help much in auto-resolve though.
General,
We are landed in Keralis. There's some mercenaries here, Peltas and Hoplites, and I need to take a short break, boys. 3 hours, click, click, click. Let's make a short break, boys, right? Okay, I'll see you guys in like 6 minutes. I need to move this.
General. Sir.
Hey, big boys. Perfection Leader is now 50 years old. What does it even say here now? After due and careful deliberation, the Senate has decided that these people deserve to be treated with a degree of hostility. While not going as far as declaring war, the Senate certainly sees no need to treat these people with anything that could be construed as justice or fairness. The Navy is weak, their ports vulnerable to blockade, our ships should strangle their trade routes and impoverish them. The poor, after all, cannot afford an army, and so our eventual conquest would be made easier without high losses. These guys don't even have a single port in the world, and we have comments like this. With degree of hostility, while not going as far as war, just a bunch of make-believe flavor text here, huh? No offices in the Senate yet. I'm thinking our governor gets office in the Senate, it's gonna be great. Yeah. How much time is a year in this game? 6 months, 2 turns each year.
Sir, ready to sail.
What do we have here?
Sir,
I think it's still safe to move here.
sir,
This one will actually, since it's here, it will build a tower there.
onward.
There's a bridge here, huh?
Sir. Sir. Forward. Build tower.
It gives us better vision here.
Orders. Forward.
Syria, rebel controlled.
Imperator. Sir. Sir. Forward. Sir. Sir. March. Build tower.
This gives us vision over the Adriatic here.
Orders. Forward.
Fishing village.
Yes?
Potential merchant income 1 gold per turn, huh? Oh. 6 says iron increased in value. It looks like it did. Wasn't it 5 before?
Your Honor? At once.
There's wine here and it's 3 of it. There's some cavalry available here now.
General. Orders. Orders. Move. Sir. General.
More people here. We should be fine now with the rest of the construction. What taxes we have here? Normal 4 500. It's on low. It's okay income. You definitely keep getting more military here. This place can now recruit a start at 7% growth. You definitely need more people in this place. 9% on 773. When you look at the faction overview, it tells you it's about 580 turns. I think it starts 270 BC and goes to like what's the year before the Roman become empire? Like around 50 BC. 43 BC. So basically, this is the time. This still is more than enough time. This is insane amount of turns. This is 2 turns per year. Maybe it goes a little bit. It goes a little bit into AD, I think. The events also go as the years progress as well, because there's no technology tree. So right now we need a lot of growth here. This place has actually a lot of income from farming because of the level. 65. So let's get farming here. Red penalties for not fulfilling a mission. I guess you can lose relations with the Senate a little bit. Because there's a standing with the Senate. So if you don't obey the Senate, I guess you lose this. So it is going nicely. Get the cavalry here. The fastest way for this to grow would be for the one settlement to prioritize population first. Like Milanum prioritizing it over Portavium. So we send like 1,000 people from Milanum and Portavium, and you're gonna generate additional population per turn. Then as this one starts to generate a lot of population, then you send it from this element to this element, because it's a percentage on the amount of population. Since this one has a higher growth, we'll send it from Milanum to Portavium. Although we actually could use some hostility here first. Attacking Caralis, and we're gonna assemble a second army. We have secured northern Italy to see the vision. We'll see what happens with the rebels. We saw the rebels spawn in Arretium, so that's interesting to see. We'll see what happens about that. The goals have expanded. We're at war with them, so we're probably gonna see more action with them when they cross the Alps again. There's one rebel army in our territories right now. Money's good. Just got the paved roads in Aratium. Timing at practice range. This gets trade income to over 700. That's very nice. So our income is about 3,200 right now.
Yes.
Ghosts are getting units, but they also have enemies, so they might not be coming here anytime soon.
Secrecy is assured.
Oh, they have another Martius too.
At your service. At your service.
Just checking out the map where is what. This is the known information we have. You actually do get the vision as well. Kinda miss this scene on the exploration part, like that it shows. The Nay Priest, oh that's nice.
Can I be of service?
There's a merchant here, we're at war with them, huh?
Your honor? Loud and clear.
I'm guessing it's gonna be here at gold. Lyria is rich in for mining.
General!
Yeah. What else is here? New family member. Marcellus Julius. Parsha at war with Seleucid Empire. Golden House of Brutty has made a ceasefire. Ooh, we gain a Senate office. Quaestor for Flavius Julius. Although Senegal Magistrate usually charged with managing the treasury and the first meaningful appointment of all men looking for a political career in Rome. Senator Rome appreciates your efforts for the glory of Rome. You have been appointed into high office in the Republic. The Brute have lost the love of the people a bit. So what does the quest do? I think it gives influence and management. Officer quest are just 1+ on management, okay. Be nice on our governor there.
Yes, master.
Now to die to a stray arrow. Returns to capture Corrales. I guess it's war.
General! Prepare for battle!
I don't have much here. The Carthage is also under a lot of pressure.
Besieging settlements, sir!
We have to build siege equipment here. Get 2 rams. There are peasants and town militia here.
Settlement under siege, sir!
And hopefully we can win this fight here. Look at this, the Rome is trading with Carthage. Who is at war with Carthage? So we are now at war with Carthage. They're trading with Gauls in the media, and they're at war with Spain. So we're first Roman faction to fight Carthage. Okay, our first naval battle.
Attack!
So we have 3 ships, they have 2 ships. And victory is a distinct possibility. The auto-resolve is determined by the campaign difficulty. We won. We have sunk no ships though. This is another, I think, issue that's a little bit broken. The ships take forever to sink. They inflicted 54 and 78 casualties. So it's a close victory. We're taking more casualties than there. And we got a command there. This is another thing that's kinda crappy, you know, it's very hard to sink ships and you can't really capture ships either. Looks like they haven't done much about this as well, cause
Ready to sail!
they still have those 2 ships. We haven't taken them 1 ship down. It would be foolish to go after them. The best thing you do, if you win a naval battle, you go back to settlement and retrain. The ships are expensive.
Yes, Captain!
Cause the next, I think the follow-up is a certain defeat. I don't think they actually done anything about fixing this. This is just broken stuff. This is not how it's supposed to be, really. It's one thing, you know, remastering a game, another thing is just leaving out the broken stuff like the ship sinking or the rebel spawning.
Aye, Captain. General!
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Carthage is much here.
Sir!
There should be a higher chance to sink enemy ships and a small chance to capture enemy ships.
General!
That would be you know, a proper fix.
Sir! Move out!
This guy has done this job here. Mullius Julius will take over there. Who got a son? Vibius Julius, on a new faction heir.
Sir! Sir! Imperator!
We need to go deal with those rebels there.
Sir!
48 out of 48 in this guy.
Sir! Imperator! Imperator! General! Sir! General! Onward! Orders? Orders?
This place can also get some watchtowers as well.
Ready
Get a
to
good nice
sail.
vision of the sea. There's like there's no specific control of the sea. They did this in later games. What do we got here? More construction here. There's a market. Another 59 to trade, 9 to admin. Oh, there's a communal farming. Communal farming. Road is very nice here, and the settlement probably gonna reach 6k before we build all this shit. You're not supposed to build everything, every settlement. That's like should be you know, first thing on your mind. It's like these two buildings don't even fit the settlement. Blacksmith either, neither. So market gives us another 10% bonus to income. Is this like on top of the previous one? So we basically have 0.510. This one is just 20%. Get one soul from merchants, and you get a spy, so you can do a spy here as well. The settlement grows, the returns on trade improve too. As long as the merchants recur, should do business. An organized market allows locals to trade and brings in outsiders too. It's a place for people to meet, buy and sell, and catch up on gossip. Many goods are available, including information, at the right price. They can of course be taxed. It can be improved when this building is upgraded. The market is also a place to hire those who specialize in the information business. We got a little bit more trade income buff, and we got access to another merchant. So this place is actually currently behind. We need to drop another unit here or two. Get behind here by a couple hundred population. This is fine, we'll do it like this. The settlement had nothing when we started really, and it's growing nice. It's gonna go from a town to a large town. Just a little bit behind on the growth. There's the town watch here. Barracks provide the basics for training a local force for defense. They can be upgraded as the city grows to produce better troops. Barracks are often not exactly salubrious, but then they don't have to be. Men aren't here for rescue, but to be toughened up and to learn enough drill to be used in defending Rome's territory. So this is a thing we don't really want to build here, so we're a little bit behind here. We need 2k for unlock the upgrade building. These places are great for recruitment because of massive growth. Tavium is our highest growth settlement in the faction right now. And the roads do make sense here because this is quite a bit of a region with a lot of area, and it also connects to two other regions. The trade will just grow as it expands to the nearby settlements. So, what do we even miss for the archers? For the archery range, we do need a minor city. So, we need growth. This place will be generating so much money as it grows. It's not really worth to recruit stuff here, it's better to recruit stuff here for now. The practice range, unless you get Velitis, is kinda useless on this stage. Just keep getting growth here, we'll get population from Milanum, because this one grows faster, and then the Patavium, as it grows, will get population from Milanum. Look at this farming, nearly 1,000. Tells you how rich this land and this area is in farming. This is our best farming area in the faction and around Patavium. So we'll just keep growth here for now. This is also a boost population. Also, we didn't need growth. Like right now, a lot of growth.
Sir!
Because in the economical settlements, you don't really need military buildings if you have military settlements. But in military settlements, you kind of need the growth too, which comes from some of the economic stuff. There is really no point in getting Segesta barracks unless you know you want another place where you can get more stuff at the same time. That would just be a waste of money. We are behind like one turn here to upgrade. We have to upgrade this to Governor's Villa or the Governor's House, so we can actually get the next tier of stuff. Let's not lose the advantage on the sea for now.
Ready!
The ships are costly. We should have an advantage.
Sir!
Let us end the bloodshed.
This actually looks good. Counter offer is very demanding, but they actually wanted this, huh?
An agreeable proposal.
Yeah, we got a temporary peace with the Gauls. They're definitely recovering there. Or 8,000. Blacksmith Darminum. Let's Milan. So all the Romans went toward Carthage as well.
Can I be of service?
Nobody's here on the
Loud
goal
and
now.
clear. Sir. I cannot do that, sir. Securing resources? Awaiting your command.
This is gold. There's a base value of 15. Agent is monopolizing gold. Total income per turn, 4 gold per turn. God damn! He's making 4 gold per turn. It costs 250 to recruit.
Noble master,
Maybe a better resource options
delay.
around.
without delay.
So no more unrest penalty in here. Okay, the citizen will have no longer unrest penalty here. We need more shades in the army. Well, we'll get them when let's get a minor city.
Sir!
Almost like this guy tried to bribe my my guy. Make sure they have no ships to travel around. Look at this, Kappa got rebels as well. Yoo-hoo. This place is making nearly 3,000 income. That's very nice.
Sir,
There is gold in Dalmatia as well. Difficulty, it's, this one is on very hard, very hard.
Imperator! Aye, Captain. Ready to sail! Ready to sail! Set sail! Ready to sail! Set sail! Yes, Captain! Aye, Captain!
Should be more than enough ships to have an advantage.
Sir! March!
This game is legendary now.
Orders! 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 Port! Imperator! Imperator! Imperator!
So there's actually more movement required between these two. Garrison is giving what, 40%? You lose 15% if you had no garrison.
Imperator! Orders! Imperator! March! General!
This place will grow much faster if we get some peasants from Milanum. What's the garrison looking here? Squalor is kind of building up.
General!
Okay. Now that we have requirement for large town, we can upgrade. Governor's Wheel. Governor's Wheel is the place where important decisions are made, and it gives the locals a taste of Roman grandeur. Also serves as a training ground in basic politics and the uses of power. The villa is also a sign that the Roman influence is permanent and secure. The villa allows development in a settlement to begin in earnest, as it marks the town as a place where investments are worthwhile. Improvements to existing structures and new building projects are now possible. So in about 4 years this place went from a town and now we got upgraded into a large town. $85 is still fine. They're content, right? Not happy, just content. Oh, we upgraded the weapons here. It looks like it's damage that you can't even see. So you don't. There is no damage here. No damage start. It's not +1 attack. Market, what is actually under construction here? See what happens when we get another building to the city. This I think opens a trade route, which will probably go to Tarentum if it's not blocked. Bus trade, but another trade route can be opened by the sea. It also gives us available recruitment of biremes. One trade fleet available. Fleets automatically travel via most available route. A port brings trade and wealth to a settlement and allows the construction of simple ships. Access to the sea is vital for all long-distance trade. The sea lanes are the true highways of the world, and carrying goods by ship is the only way to move them cheaply enough to make a profit. Indeed, it is usually cheaper and quicker to send a cargo halfway across the world by sea than to the next city in a cart. So, get the trade up here.
Sir! Imperator! Imperator! Forward!
Good morning.
General! Onward! Orders?
At your service. On my way.
Lovošice. We're just discovering where the things are.
Moves depleted, sir.
Population in this town has now reached a point where you consider upgrading to a large town. So make new buildings available for you to build. To do this, you need to upgrade your governor's house, Governor's Villa. You can leave this until later, but as the population increases further, overcrowding will eventually start to increase quality levels and slow down growth. So we do have 2 spies.
Yes, master.
So textiles here. The Gauls have soldiers everywhere. They can actually get quite a bit of stuff. They're gonna mobilize this shit, the better they can keep up on the growths, really.
Your Honor.
Oh, and turn but no notification here, huh? Victory always seems certain, only a fool could lose his battle. Oh boy. Oh lordy lordy, look at these balance of power and we get like lose like 20 archers. Fuck off. Not now there is long shit. Well, they put me a page notes when they fix this shit. This probably was a safe auto-resolve though, and the only example of a safe auto-resolve. See their troops and then see the balance part at the same time.
This morning we took the auspices, and the liver has seldom been so clear. This is most wonderful. A triumphant outcome to our battle is guaranteed. Carthage's army stands in the field. They are not worth fearing. They die as easily as other men. They think their walls are enough to stop us. They should think again. These people have yet to taste victory at my expense. Today will be no different, so lay into them with a will. I have won many great victories for Rome. Be strong in that truth, and let this be one more. March on, and know that our victory is assured as long as we live and die like true Romans.
Oh, we are attacking first Carginian city. You can see the buildings are different. Towers are placed in kind of really bad spots here. Why would a tower be facing that area here? I guess it looks cooler, but holy shit, the towers are so bad in this element. Machine gun chicken coup. Our boys are at archers are at 2 experience. Time to get more experience.
At the double! Units! Units! Units!
It's Velites, this are the archers.
Archers! Move! At the double! Stand for orders! Quickly! Units! Units! Hurry! Hurry! Generals! Move out!
So they have peasants and they have town militia. The funny thing is like this openings are not even enough for a for a shooter to see. It's like it's literally machine guns inside. The bell rifles. I mean, look at the bright side, at least you can actually see the animation of them pushing the ram. A lot of things get improved in future games, but you know, some details are lost.
Archers!
Our soldiers are at the gates.
What the hell?
Now
That one is firing.
Our soldiers are at the walls. Now they must batter a way through.
What's this angle, man?
is down! Our battering ram has done its work!
Hurry!
Abandon the ram!
Was just in range, huh?
Use the ram!
Hastati, hurry! Hastati, take up the ram! Move, move!
Our soldiers have captured the walls! Now is the time to press on and capture this place!
Come on, boys, time to shoot. Peasants will kill 3 Hastati.
Hastati! Hastati! At the double! At the double! Hastati! Hastati!
Bells or bells? You mean the bell music?
Quickly! Archers! Ready! Move! Stand and fight! Guard this area! Hastati! Guard these firing wheel! Archers! Ready!
No, guys, what's about these archers, you know? Generals look shitty in the Rome Total War, but it's so relaxing, you know, just shooting them to death. This guy didn't get any help from that shield. Peasants have no defense against these projectiles.
Hastati! Ready! Fire! Archers! Halt! Hastati! Archers! Hastati! Quickly! Archers! Hastati! Destroy them! Hastati! 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 Attack!
As soon as they head on, they actually kill some Hastati. You know, guys have 5 armor. lose morale because of the number of enemies.
The enemy general is running away. This is no way for a leader to behave, but in battle, it's beyond belief.
Hastati! Hurry! Hastati! Move! Hastati! Guard position! Archers! Hold! Wait for my order! Hastati!
Oh no, we have peasants now.
Hastati!
I forgot to add the kill statistic.
The enemy general is running away. This is no way for a leader to behave, but in battle, it's beyond belief. The enemy general flees. Press forward. All Rome will be amazed at such a victory. The day is ours.
Lost 40 Hastati, 6 have come back. Got both experience each. The enemy town militia killed 15 and the peasants have killed 10. Huh.
Victory and glory!
Slave, create more slaves. There's wine here and there are slaves here. Senate mission has been successful. We got a unit of war dogs.
Aye, Captain.
So what is here? There's a governor house, land clearance, trader, roads, shrine to Tanit, and a wooden palisade. You have to repair this. I don't think you know how to repair some old ones. 88%. Culture per 50%, unrest 30%. Distance to capital, that's the first settlement we can actually see it. It's 15%. And you can see corruption minus 25. So you need extra public order here and extra law if you want to keep all the income. Which means shrine to Jupiter. All that makes sense here. Can you still unlock all the factions by changing the values and files? On the launcher, just go to into advanced options and click the check mark, unlock all factions. 2.5% base farming level. And this place will need population. You can send some peasants here with ships, or we can just let it grow. The shrine to Tanit. So look at this. Their one is 5% happiness, others 10, and 0.5% growth. There's one also buffs farming. I have to get rid of this because you need our own shrine. There's a destroyed building here. This one is further away from the capital, so it's Jupiter is the way to go. We do need Grow 2 though. So by getting a Jupiter here, you can see the corruption will go away. Because of law, but 21 doesn't do much, right? It's gonna take a while to get 2,000 population from 600. So Sirius is still a way to go. So Tanit is just better Sirius. Not, ours is not 10%, it's 5. They get +1 farming, 5% happiness, and 0.5 growth. General still has pretty good movement here, so we can get some watchtowers while he's still here.
Sir! Sir!
I wouldn't say there's anything on the island.
Imperator! General! General! Imperator! Onward! Imperator! Build tower!
You can see that ship here.
Sir! March!
We'll get one in the north. We'll also get one on the other side as well. Vision is nice to have. And there's not a settlement here, which is weird. It's only Karalis here.
Aye, Captain. General!
Looks like they merged units here. Or they split them here, maybe even. This is all good, I think. Yep. No one recruited here that still needs to grow. Ships getting retrained, getting another ship as well. Should be enough to deal with anything. Look at this fucking list, man. Electric train gained, my ass. There's no reminder if hero is idle until a few turns later, it seems.
Sir!
Get some traits there, not all. Yeah. Scipia is blocking a port of Carthage. Yoo-hoo! Well, they're attacking Thermon here. They lost Apollonia to Macedonians. So we're dealing with rebels there. It's a third force of rebels that spawn in our territories. All good. Another mission, huh? Takes Helm Massilia. You'll be rewarded with one of the best units you can recruit. 10 turns. I'm making money. Macedon is allied with Scythia. And the Golden House of Brunei have declared a ceasefire. Well, 88% doesn't look like it's auto-repairing. If the cartridge has no ships, they won't be able to sail to the other side, right? Right. Yeah, unit of war dogs. Let's retrain them.
Orders? Imperator! Move out! Build tower!
Oh, that's a nice vision here.
General! Move out!
Gotta love getting vision like this. These towers have nice vision.
Imperator! Aye, Captain!
Need more peasants here.
General! Imperator! March! Joining forces! General! March! Build tower!
Oh, this watchtower actually grants the vision of the settlement, nice.
Sir! Move out! Imperator!
Okay.
General!
The two equities here.
Sir!
Yes, master. On my way. At your service. On my way.
Is there another settlement here?
Sir.
Damn. Agent is monopolizing gold. Damn. If we go here, a merchant is generating 4 gold per turn. It's like 4 more than we have for mining. Can you believe that shit? Such a great addition to the game.
Sir! Prepare for battle!
Let's get rid of the rebels. This is a third rebel army that spawned. What's his upkeep? 0. Okay, 2 warbands, 2 fanatics. This time we don't have archers. There's a unit of peasants and there's a rebel general. Evenly matched, huh? I'm put a prediction this one. Clear victory, blue, red order. I guy has one command. It's more of a management guy, governing, and they have more soldiers than we have, but we have more cavalry. If you guys missed it, we lost our first factionaire in the Battle of Patavium. We nearly also lost the battle. Our guys nearly routed. So we are one family member down.
Only a fool cares for omens and portents, no matter how bad they may be. We make our own destinies, and we are not ruled by the flight of some damn bird. Those men think themselves our equals. I think the carrion birds will feast upon their dead before the day is done. They have been led here by strutting fools and blustering morons. Now they will pay the price. I have never lost a battle against these people. Why should I start losing now, with men such as you at my command? Another victory is at hand. And before we start, just remember, they are more scared of us, true Romans to a man, than we are of them.
Well, Crush the Rebels looks at the goals.
Units, await my orders! Units! Units, forward!
I have two Equites in this battle. It's our Roman light cavalry. This is literally too thin on there, honestly. Hiding in the trees there. Yeah, the cavalry has to hit from the sides, especially the light cavalry.
General! Equites! Run! Hastati! Equites!
We go on, those barbarian peasants will just get pinned by the war band.
General!
What is the air? Just charge in. It's because we are the ones attacking. There are warbands, peasants, and naked fanatics. So naked fanatics, they actually can do some scary damage. And the warbands do okay against the static because they're very hard. this one is kind of in the trouble here. You notice the Equites are having trouble compared to the General against the Fanatics. We still got him down after losing some horses. Let's do a little bit of Vorbinus to rout him. Got him on the route here, but the General just hit hard. Oh, we're gonna charge him down.
The enemy.
That's the route. The Equites are running faster than their heavy cav. You notice there's actually light cavalry compared to the other one.
Attack! Equites!
Nice to have a couple of Equites in the army. Even if we lost 50 horse in the other one, the second one did very good.
Attack! Equites! Attack!
It's important to have light cavalry in the army. I think it's safe to click exit battle. I did a battle defaults here. Look at this. It's actually nice they put it here.
All Rome will be amazed at such a victory. The day is ours.
Roman General, 311 kills inflicted, 0 kills sustained. That's what I see. We lost 49 light horses, but 11 healed. And got 15 started back. The Naked Fanatics did 125 casualties. What was the prediction? 40% people predicted clear victory. 58% order. Congrats to the winners. We've cleared our third rebellion. To replenish troops, you still have to go back to the city and then have a right building for troops to retrain. Yeah.
Glory!
The generals are replenished automatically, but the rest of the troops you have to retrain.
Imperator! Onward!
Got a good commander plus 2 command.
Imperator!
This one is more for a governor though. Our governor with a potential general potential got killed though. Looking at his expression, I wouldn't want him as my heir. Well, you've been here when you know, we lost Quintus Julius. This was our original faction heir, but since we want to have a commander, a general, we made the Quintus Julius warrior. He had potential, you know, but he got killed in battle, so he was the next in line. Market 1 turn, port 1 turn. We're not recruiting anything here right now. We got 5 ships here. The Carthaginian fleet went to the other side. And we cannot let them get this stuff around.
Yes, Captain!
And give me another ship here. This is the barracks for town watch. It's trash. This place doesn't even have people to recruit soldiers. We need 2,000. What's the farming here? 2.5. I can get a couple of peasant units with boats. This is good. Nothing is getting recruited here right now, huh?
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
How goes the remaster? Warcraft level remaster and actual remaster? Thankfully I have not played Warcraft Refunded. But this one here, I guess not great, not terrible. Lots of missed opportunities and most likely a lot of still game breaking stuff in the game. Especially the bugs. But you know, you never know, maybe they patch some of these shit as once the crowds get their pitchforks and point them at the people. Or maybe just get all silenced in the crowd of people complaining about the Bell AI. Is this worth $3? No, no. You can get it for 15 if you own Drum Total War. Do you think there must deliberate scheme to get the CA to fix stupid AI? The only scheme their master is to make some easy money. That's pretty much where master are. Easy money, preying on people's nostalgia. They don't even have to do a good job and people will still buy it. I'm not saying this is, you know, horrible. You know, this is, you know, just, you know, what it was. With probably, you know, some issues that are still not fixed because they consider it the OG experience, which was broken in certain regards. I'm not even talking about the battle AI here, but you got a game that works on Windows 10. That's all that matters. So if you are nostalgic about it and you can get it for 15 bucks, why the hell not? But if you never really played it for 30 bucks and when you see this battle AI, some of the worst AI you will ever see in a Total War game. Battle AI. But the campaign side of things, the overall atmosphere of the game, there's definitely, you know, some things you can do about it. It's chill. But if you're expecting a challenge, this is a game that has no head-to-head multiplayer, which will probably fit this game most of anything since the battle AI is trash. You get to, you know, manage the campaign map and, you know, have some, you know, fun in stupid ass 2004 system. We're gonna train the dogs on. I feel like I might be doing a test regarding the rebel stuff on a separate campaign, but you know, I swear if I find out this is using the OG rebel system, I don't think I'm gonna be touching another thing from this Feral Interactive guys. No matter what the White Knights are telling you, this is a, you know, remaster, not a remake. When they have a merchant here, and then leaving a broken stuff like campaign bell difficulty, auto-resolve, random rebel spawns in happy provinces, ships incredibly hard to sink, stuff like that, you know. That's one thing is, you know, remastering, and one thing is leaving broken shit as in the game. Why waste time on doing this guy when you could have made Empire 2 something else good? But you guys are confusing. This is not character assembly. Character assembly is like just pretty much probably just give them green light or something. You know, just like, hey, sure, yeah, we can make money there. This guy has much have to do with character assembly as the, you know, the Hearthstone team has to do with Blizzard. They're just here to just make some quick money, make this shit playable on Windows 10. This is a Feral Interactive, not character assembly. Character assembly has their name on it, but they all had to do with this game as much did Bethesda had to do with Fallout New Vegas. It is obvious that this game is in some serious need of battle AI improvements, which at least, you know, formations and some behavior, you know, and doesn't even make, you know, artificial intelligence here, you know. I remember from back in the day the mods did improve on this front. In a way where they, you know, changed morale values, changed to hit values and stuff like this, that shit made a little bit more sense. And then the AI felt a little more competent because they adjusted the systems to it. But just releasing the same shit like it was back then, here it's... You know, a lot of people will say that the battle AI is broken. It's like, there are gonna be times where you actually gonna get something out of it, but only if you play into it. And this is just gonna be, you know, new/bad players. We, you know, that, you know, play this game and know how to click buttons, so we can just put very hard and then just see how the peasants are killing Hastati in melee. Which makes you wonder why the heck we even playing very hard, if it's broken in the first place. But I think the goal of this was just to make it playable on Windows 10, that's it. Expecting any more than that, you're gonna get disappointed. This, you know, in my opinion, there are things to do on the campaign map in Rome 1, unlike in Rome 2, where, you know, there's only illusion that there are things happening in the campaign map. But if the game can trick you, that's all the better for you. Batavium, huh? Did we get this port yet here? One turn. We should just keep sending population to Batavium until we get more growth. Is the UI scalable? It takes up like 4% of the screen. Well, in the OG it was taking 100% of the screen. In the options, you have UI size between 85 and 120. If I put it on this, then you're gonna complain you can't see shit. And as a streamer, you know, people need to see shit. This is more like, you know, Quad HD scaling, right? The default was this. This was default. This is just, seems like fair, nice. But to make it viewer friendly and not to lose eyesight in process, put it on 120%. Compromise can be made for 110. I think this game has an excellent UI scaling. Any issues with it is most likely with the UI itself, because things, you know, are off. Boxes of varying sizes. Look at this. There's a boxes here, boxes here, boxes here, and there are more boxes here. And I swear, all these boxes are different shapes and sizes. So what are we doing here? I don't understand why they had to put another part of the interface here for repair. Why couldn't they just had just a button here? If a building is damaged, just to click on it. I feel like this is redundant. How often are you going to be repairing more than a couple of buildings or even 8 buildings? There are definitely a lot of things I like about this interface, but honestly I'm got used to the old one. I like the shit taking the whole screen. I mean, look at this one. I put UI scaling to max. Shit still takes the whole screen. Some people are complaining that the interface is taking the whole screen. I don't know. I like when the shit is taking the whole screen. It's like you're not playing shit here. It's like, what are you gonna admire? You wanna... looks like we have pissed off the interface, boys. Come on, baby, come back! I'll say nice things! Please, I don't want to play that battle again! God damn it, different timelines and shit! What is this, Avengers? Are we gonna have to replay that bell, man? They're giving us disgusting fucking rebels in our country, and then we have a crush and to replay that shit. Okay, I lost just 10 leadership right now here, boys. That crush have taken 10 leadership out of me. I'm not wavering, I'm a little bit shaken right now. In the old game, the autosave happens at the start and the end of the turn. Fucking disgusting, man. Fucking dog shit trash. I'm gonna get a short break, boys. I'm back, boys. It looks like there's an autosave creates before the battle, but not the after battle. Does the guy speak English? No.
The seer has been consulted, but his vision is clouded. Today we make our own destiny then. Over there stand the rebel slaves. They are braver and more worthy than men of their type have any right to be. They have been led here by strutting fools and blustering morons. Now they will pay the price. I have never lost a battle against these people. Why should I start losing now, with men such as you at my command? Another victory is at hand. And before we start, just remember, they are more scared of us, true Romans to a man, than we are of them.
That was our first crash in what, 8 hours?
Units, await my orders! Equites! Equites! Hastati! Units! Units! Move! Move! General! Equites! General! Units!
Is this with the 4K graphics? Yeah, I have the texture pack installed. This is also on ultra graphic settings. We had a pretty clean battle here the first time.
General! Equite! Hastati! Hastati!
Won't be able to charge clean here this time. How the hell that horse got killed there? It's almost like it triggered something on the ground.
The enemy general is slain, and now his men fear us. It is time to press the attack.
What difficult is this? Very hard.
Unleash hell! Unleash hell! Attack! General! Hurry, General!
The enemy show their true virtue. They are not soldiers, only frightened rabbits running from our men.
Units! Hurry!
Hurry!
The only time you're gonna have a hard difficult in this game is when you're gonna play one of the trash factions like Trace or Dacia. On a high difficulty. Because some factions have problems dealing with spam.
Attack! Equity! Kill them! Destroy them!
Most battles will be pretty easy if you have a couple units of cavalry.
Equity! Attack!
I feel like we got the better result this time than the last time.
This is a heroic victory, worthy of Roman arms!
Yeah, this is better than the last time. What the hell was that?
Victory!
This time we got even a retinue here, huh? This is a chance. So better results than the first time. Less casualties and extra follower. Plus one command when fighting against rebels.
Imperator! Forward! Orders!
Celia is the next thing. These guys have druids. I guess one of them starting armies they have druids. Seven armor. Nice.
Imperator!
I guess it didn't really save stuff here. What is this? This is growth. Yeah. Plus 160 on the trade route. Yeah, that's fine. Don't press that button on top. This one is just closed. Like, what a shit, man. Last time the game froze when I pressed the button top, now it's crashed. Like, what the hell? This time it didn't even froze, it just closed the desktop. Just, you know, like... I was clicking escape until now, not the button on the top, but it's not crashing now. Well, now it's not crashing. What were we doing the first time when it froze? A separate campaign. Looks like we have pissed off the interface, boys. I don't know. I think I clicked escape here. Taking the whole screen is like some people. I mean, look at this one. I put US scaling to max. Shit still takes the whole screen. I think I clicked escape here. Some people are complaining that the interface is taking the whole screen. I don't know. I like when the shit is taking the whole screen. It's like you're not playing shit here. It's like, what are you gonna admire? You wanna... I don't know. I like when the shit is taking the whole screen. It's like you're not playing shit here. It's like, what are you gonna admire? You wanna... Yeah, look at this. I clicked the arrow on the top and it just froze. I went to the second monitor to show you the freeze. Voice. I guess plus 160 on this stuff here. Yeah, that's fine. Close the game. Yeah, that's fine. Don't press that button on top. Plus 100.
Imperator.
Oh man! I don't want to fight this a third time.
Orders, engage the enemy.
So the game creates an autosave before the battle, but not after the battle.
Orders.
Guess it's not legendary.
Imperator.
So much, you know, for building all these watchtowers, everything looking nice. When you know, the game just closes.
Imperator. Imperator. Sir.
I'm not really feeling it, boys, right now. I'm need to go off.
Sir.
Meditate. And I'm not gonna fight this one third time. So I'll see you guys later.